Wow, my mic was muted, huh? Yeah, my mic was muted that entire time because a piece of shit outside interference, and I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I know I went, yeah, it's been a while now, huh? Like another 17 minutes or something. I went 17 minutes with my mic muted because I had piece of shit outside interference from cocksucker humans. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Bankruptcy and financial insolvency, and there's no way out right now. We have a government that refuses to invest in public safety because they're still run by police abolitionists. If we do go bankrupt, it will probably help us because at least they can't control the money anymore. The media manufactures consent for these failing politicians and this failing ideology.
If I didn't have to mute my microphone all the time, and I like muting my microphone to answer my phone, I wouldn't have problems, you know, but I do. I have problems, and I'm sorry, guys.
And covers for their corruption and fails to report on anything. The encampment management policy tells you where they're going to clean up the encampments at. This is all illegal dumping. And so people are coming from around multiple states to dump in Oakland because you're literally giving them a list of where you're going to clean it up at for them. And not a single person has been caught. How does a city have a list online of places to dump and then they can't catch a single person illegally dumping, but they clean them up once a week?
So this is an RV homeless encampment here?
This one has been around for actually a while. The rest are popping up because the city's closing encampments around Africa doing something, but it's whack-a-mole. Okay, now this last part, you're going to want to roll your windows up.
Roll them up?
Yeah, you don't want to breathe in this shit that we're about to be crossing. Look, this is Oakland. Don't let them lie to you.
Yeah, that's Denver. That's how Denver is, too.
Even in San Fran, the Tenderloin, the opioid overdoses are up.
That's right. Tenderloin's not the same. The dealers live here. They sell there. When you get past this gate, you're in Emeryville.
No way. It's literally like we entered a portal.
It's right here at the Emeryville line. You can see it.
That's crazy.
Now make a right here. Now we're in Emeryville.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
Same socioeconomic wealth disparity.
Well, yeah, because they're like, the madness is going on down the road. We got nothing to do with that. We work our 9-to-5s and don't fuck around.
Divide.
This is one of the reasons why I thought it was unacceptable to remain a junkie my entire fucking life. You know?
Right, same population density, same racial breakdown. What's different between Emeryville and Oakland?
Government.
Again, right here. You can tell because the stuff is not kept. Public Works on that side would do it. Public Works over here won't. Under every underpass, you have the same. Graffiti, trash, this is every underpass in Oakland pretty much.
We saw trash everywhere, but what we saw next was even crazier. Off the main strip...
all the poor people that are fucking fell down to the fucking streets because of the piece of shit Republican cocksucker fucking bloodsuckers.
Saw a couple guys grilling on the side of...
Democrats too.
...the road. Right next to a vape shop where you can buy a crack pipe.
Man, you smoke that crystal.
They got a crack pipe right here. Let's go.
Man, this part, man, it's the slums right here, boy. Get ugly. They East South, man.
Nobody got no jobs. Ain't nobody got no support no more. Like the economy is f***ed up. It's just difficult, bro. People doing what they got to do to survive.
Yeah. And how many people who walk around here are packing?
Shit. You want to be everybody.
You ain't there. That ain't safe. You ain't they got it.
Out here, rather go to jail and fight it than be on the ground laid out.
But isn't it hard to get a gun?
No, it's hard to not get. Go around that corner, know somebody who knows somebody. You feel me? Guns is everywhere.
Guns is everywhere.
Wrong people with guns.
Wrong people with guns.
Can a kid as like young as 12 get a gun?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, do they have gangs here still?
Gangs. You got to go to Sacramento and
They got, see out here, they
L.A.
got Nutcase, Stubby, 2 letters.
Are these gangs?
Yeah, they're like the little gangs they claim out here. Like most of them, it's like neighborhoods around here. Like, see, this is Mississippi right here.
Yeah.
Why
Why do they rob the Mexicans?
I don't know, because they don't be having money like that. Most people get welfare probably EBT. They cut me off because they said I'm doing in-home care. Give them this EBT! need some of that money. I love free government money, y'all.
Me too.
Paid 'cause I don't work. They want me to sell dope. I told y'all, man, I'm trying to get out the ghetto.
I'm trying to get out the ghetto.
But
that's what they want me to do.
You get more money than us if you come over here. They done get them $500-$700 in food stamps. And we need to get Trump out the office, man. We ride for our Mexican people, man. We need to get Trump up out of here, man. You know what I'm saying?
We need to get Trump up out of here, man. Get Trump up out of here, fucking cocksucker.
People to jail, y'all wrong.
Fuck Trump. Get him the fuck out of here.
Harris was here. Wait, why do y'all hate Kamala Harris?
A lot of people in jail kept in jail for things that shouldn't have been. I've seen
She used to be for the people, now she against the people. That's why we hate the bitch.
She African American and she Asian, but she predominantly claims her Asian side, doesn't claim her black side.
What about drugs? How big is the problem with drugs around here?
We don't know. We sell food.
Hell yeah.
Betty and shit done hit this market boy done tore it up. I feel like this.
Why do they get why do they hunch over when they're...
Oh man, that's the Betty effect. Cali though, man. Y'all need to come get some of this dope. Man.
Some of this dope?
Yeah,
This is
that's
the
that-
opportunity.
Ooh, that's that purple. Steve Urkel.
What did y'all do after high school? Did you graduate?
I graduated.
Oh man, look,
well, 2.5 years ago, I just recently
I
graduated.
graduated 8th grade, man. Look.
You graduated in the 8th grade?
Yeah, I left that bitch.
Why'd you leave?
Man, look, I had to hit the streets, man. Give me some money.
Yeah.
And I f***ed up kids. Stay in school. Don't be follow me, all right?
Actually, I didn't finish high school. I actually got my GED, which is called Get Another Diploma. Most of them
Get another diploma.
No, I didn't graduate. I don't know about you graduated, brother?
Absolutely not.
I didn't.
Hey, but I'm smarter than
graduated.
Get another diploma is so funny.
When you were 14, what were your choices in life? Like, if you wanted to do something, you're obviously doing with something with yourself. But like, what were your choices? Was it to go to college? Was it to get a job locally? Was it to go to the streets?
You're
Like,
so white. Your fucking questions bother me.
what was your choice?
My choice was to try to get a kilo of coke, man, get the streets kicked up.
How would you get a kilo of coke?
How many kilos have you sold?
You gotta know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody.
I took a leap of faith. That's what I did.
Hell yeah, what'd you do? You started something?
I know how many ounces I've sold. I'm not gonna say.
Start working?
Yeah, I turned it negative. I'm still trying.
Kilo is an amount I would never fuck with. But ounces, yeah.
Yeah.
To turn a negative into a positive. I'm trying to destroy all the bad shit that I did.
Next time I go to the hoes store, see the hoes?
Not yet.
You gotta ride down there and see the hoes. You will.
Where are the hoes?
Well, you know, see them all on the street on the side, boy, selling that ass. I'm gonna go down there and be a pimp. I need a couple of hours.
Are there pimps around here?
I'm looking at one.
Pimps out here ain't even pimps, man. We mad.
Just because I cook don't mean I ain't got no others here.
You see how y'all can come out here, nobody rob people.
Yeah.
People come out here, good energy, but you can read bad energy.
The only way you getting robbed if you stupid.
What do you have to do to not get
You
robbed?
don't show your change, you don't flash.
Yeah, you
know
don't
what I'm saying?
flash.
You keep cars with no cash. Tell them don't believe the hype. Like you ain't gonna get robbed if you come out.
Nah, you ain't gonna get robbed.
No, I mean, I really feel this too. I've been all through these hoods. I've never been robbed. Nah, not if you're not a fucking buster. No. I agree. West Denver is the same. You don't get robbed in West Denver unless you're a buster. If you show up flashing cash around a bunch of desperate people, you're gonna get got.
Man, you see they can't wait for York to fuck with
But you,
We ain't doing all that.
but there was a stat that the paper said that
There was a stat. The white paper said that
for every 30 people who
For-
lived here last year, one car was stolen.
I mean, shit, look, this is Oakland. You feel me? Look.
this is Oakland.
We ain't gonna lie about that.
Ain't no jobs out
Nigga
here.
will get in there and do it do.
Ain't no jobs out there. Some
And then
motherfuckers
the
doing what
whole
they
thing
doing.
about it, they only gonna drive it till it run out of gas. They ain't got no money.
These selfish, man,
These
right
selfish.
here. This is where it go down live, man. There ain't no bullshit out here. We way different from them New York niggas. We get money.
How do you get money?
We get money all kind of ways.
I love it.
Me, for
How is-
example, I deal in steel.
How has it changed in your lifetime? Is it rougher? Is it better?
Yep.
Is it wider? Is it
I
blacker?
changed it to a little tattoo.
It's Mexican.
How would that change the dynamic here? More Latinos living
It's
here.
Mexican.
All the shit used to be black owned, all the shit used to be black. Now it's just hella Latinos in our neighborhood now.
Yeah.
None of us is just mixing now. We mixing with other races now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They made it, they gentrified our neighborhood.
Married
You gonna find some married bros, you gonna find some single bros, you gonna find some hoe bitches, and you gonna find some dope bitches.
What do you think about the people who always talk about how there aren't enough two-parent households? Like, there are a lot of people single. What's your take on why that happens?
Shit, cause daddy's run.
Man, he left me when I was young, man. Went to
12
another
kids,
house,
no
raised
sleep.
some more kids.
6
That
baby
wasn't
mamas,
his, man, you
feel
know.
me?
You got 6 baby mamas?
6
Yeah.
baby mamas,
Yeah.
12
6
kids,
baby
you feel me? 6
mamas.
boys, 6 girls.
Nigga don't take care of none of them.
Nah, you a mother.
You don't take care of none of them.
But, like I tell him, when I'm here, I'm here. When I'm gone, I'm gone.
You don't take care of none of
Take
them.
the good with the bad. He's 46. My oldest son, my youngest is 24. 13, 14, 15, I had 3 kids, bro. I just got some pussy one time. 3 pumps here, 1 kid. 2.5 pumps there, got a kid. I think of all my first 3 kids, I didn't get 15 pumps in.
Holy shit, those are some efficiency numbers.
We need more gyms. We need more OGs like this OG right here, man, the old school Black Panther.
You're an old school Black Panther.
He's like, yup.
The Black Panthers were founded in Oakland in the 1960s as a response to police brutality.
Yeah, where did you think the Black Panthers were from?
3 women and 8 men barricaded themselves in their headquarters and fought police with automatic weapons and hand grenades for 5 hours before surrendering.
Interestingly, everyone we talked to in Oakland defended them.
Say the people say they were violent.
No, they wasn't violent. They wasn't violent. They was about promoting, unity, loyalty.
No.
Oh boy, look at this.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh my god, that looks so fucking better than the Wendy's I had today. White people cannot make burgers. Motherfucker, I spent like $17 on Wendy's today. I got me a number, what was it, like a number 7 or something? A Wendy's, bacon classic, or Wendy's classic bacon, something like that. I forget the name of it. And it was like a 2-patty burger, so it was like $13, 17 with tax, I got a large fry and a $2.70 Oreo Frosty. It was like a Frosty mixed with an Oreo. And it was so fucking good. Well, more than an Oreo. It was like 3 Oreos. They like crushed up 3 Oreos in a Frosty, which was so fucking good. And it was like $17. It took me, I don't know, 2.5 hours to eat it. I think it took me 4 tries to get through the burger. I like got through a quarter the first time and I was like, oh god, I gotta put this away. And then I ate fries for a while, and then I got through and I ate like another half of the fucking burger. And then I was like, oh my god, I have to finish this burger or I'm gonna be embarrassed. So then I ate the burger and it took a while. It took like 3 hours.
Hey, give me your camera so I can...
Yeah, give him a camera shot, because this shit is dope as fuck. My ex-girlfriend would really like this. Yeah, like the food itself actually has its own personality. Fuck yes. I'm with you, kitty, I'm sorry. So here's that moment where I tell my cat, hi cat, I'm talking to you. I have a job entertaining the public, kitty. Do you understand? I don't think my mother is ever going to understand it. I have a job entertaining the public. You guys think that because I don't make any money, it doesn't mean I'm not entertaining the public, but I'm still entertaining the motherfucking public. I swear to God I am.
Hey, hella good. On a scale of 1 to 10, what you give it? 12.
Yeah, like a 12? Look at that guy. He's like, I'll take another quarter of it. Yeah.
With our car windows still intact, we left Oakland and headed to the richest town in America, Atherton, California. That's the topic of our next video. Make sure to subscribe, and thank you for watching our report from East Oakland.
It was good. I really liked this. Fuck yes. This was so good. Your dumbass white person questions were kind of offensive to me, but all the rest of it was really fucking good.
241 through 253. Section 242 says that the Fed chair shall be designated by the president by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to serve as chairman of the board for a term of 4 years unless sooner removed for cause by the president. For cause is the key language here. Cause means you did something wrong, not just you didn't bring down interest rates when the president really wanted you to. The Federal Reserve is structured to insulate it from political pressure. Allowing the president to fire the Fed chair at will would completely defeat that purpose. But there are a whole lot of federal agencies set up by Congress with more or less identical language, and the Supreme Court recently issued a pile of shadow docket orders saying, go for it, Donnie, basically overturning a long line of cases saying that Congress could protect agency heads from being fired by the president. It all goes back to a Depression-era case called Humphrey's Executor v. U.S. In 1933, President Franklin Roosevelt fired Federal Trade Commissioner William Humphrey. The Federal Trade Commission Act specifies that commissioners may be removed by the president for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. Roosevelt called this an unconstitutional limitation on his executive power, but the Supreme Court disagreed and said that the protection was legal because the FTC had quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative functions rather than serving as a purely executive branch agency, and Congress was thus entitled to protect commissioners from partisan interference. The ruling in 1935 came too late for Humphrey, who died the year before. That's why the plaintiff was Humphrey's executor, as in the executor of his estate, rather than the man himself. But now the case itself is more or less dead too. The body blow came during the first Trump administration in a 2020 case called Saylor Law v. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Under the Dodd-Frank Act, which established the CFPB, the director could only be removed for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office, just like our pal Humphrey. But the Supreme Court let Trump fire acting director Leandra English anyway because they said the for cause provision violated the separation of powers. Chief Justice John Roberts drew a distinction between the CFPB, an independent agency led by a single director and vested with significant executive power, and the FTC, which was a multi-member commission where no individual member wielded president.
I want to thank the universe for Liz Dye. I think Liz Dye is the greatest American that ever lived. It is silly, but I really do have that weird personal conviction. I think Liz Dye is the greatest American that ever lived. It is weird, but I think she actually gets America more than any of the rest of us do. And when I go to bed at night, I dream about being Liz Dye. I love Liz Dye. I dream about being Liz Dye. I'm like, what if I was a constitutional lawyer who spent 25 years fighting in the battlefields of those who need support, you know? But I didn't. I just fucked around with a bunch of party kids for 20 years.
Like authority.
Now Liz Dye, she's got a fucking future and a past, you know? She's got the accolades. She's got accolades.
Could say that after Saylor Law, Humphrey and his executor were only mostly dead. In theory, Congress could still protect.
I think most people are too scared to pass the bar. My problem is if I waste all that energy and time, is it worth it? You know? Because passing the bar doesn't scare me. I have the passion like she does for the law, and I'm never surprised by the law. Almost never.
Multi-member boards and commissions from being fired without cause.
Well, it just so happens.
Shout out to Liz Dye and Legal Eagle. I fucking love you guys. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
That your friend here is only mostly dead.
But in 2025, the Supreme Court let Trump fire members of the National Labor Relations Board and the Merit Systems Protection Board, two multi-member boards whose appointees were also protected by statute from being fired without cause. On May 22nd, the 6 conservative justices wrote, the government is likely to show that both the NLRB and MSPB exercise considerable executive power, and the government faces greater risk of harm from an order allowing a removed officer to continue exercising the executive power than a wrongfully removed officer faces from being unable to perform her statutory duty. And with that, Humphrey's executor stopped being mostly dead and became well and truly all the way dead. And if Humphrey's executor is dead, that would strongly suggest that Trump has the power to fire anyone in the executive branch at any time and for any reason, including Fed Chair Jerome Powell. In fact, a bunch of law professors filed an amicus brief warning that allowing Trump to fire MSPB and NLRB members would necessarily mean he could fire Powell too. They said staying the district court's judgment in this matter could shake belief in the Fed's capacity to act independently in formulating monetary policy and addressing financial instability. The court cannot easily avoid these consequences by simply announcing a Fed exception. You guys are never going to guess what happened next. Respondents contend that arguments in this case necessarily implicate the constitutionality of for-cause removal protections for members of the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors or other members of the Federal Open Markets Committee. We disagree. The Federal Reserve is a uniquely structured quasi-private entity that follows in the distinct historical tradition of the first and second banks of the United States. See Sailor law. See Sailor law.
See Sailor law.
First, does that explain how the Federal Reserve Board of Governors is totally different from the Merit Systems Protection Board and the National Labor Relations Board? And why would Donald Trump feel constrained by a couple of sentences of dicta in a shadow docket ruling when he's out there trying to cancel birthright citizenship and steal Congress's power over the budget? For the moment, Trump seems to have backed off the idea of firing
because I said
refusing
so.
to lower interest rates on command. But at that presser with the Bahraini prince, he used the word fraud several times.
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So you know that's going on. So, you know, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
And around July 14th, the entire White House started making weird noises about Powell engaging in fraud with respect to the renovation of the Federal Reserve Building. Here's William Pulte, chairman of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, claiming that the project is riddled with fraud because Jerome Powell is an idiot who thinks tariffs raise prices and cause inflation. Here's Russ Vaught, one of the principal architects of Project 2025 and the current chair of the Office of Management and Budget, getting indignant on CNBC and hyping a letter he sent to Powell demanding answers. And here's Deputy White House Chief of Staff James Blair spending 3 straight days tweeting about the supposed luxury renovation of the Fed building. Classy. Let's just say if you were trying to manufacture a reason to fire Powell for cause, there's not a lot you'd be doing differently. In response, the Federal Reserve put out a fact sheet on the renovation of its 2 buildings, which has been planned since 2017. It attributes the cost overruns to the presence of greater amounts of asbestos and lead than originally anticipated, both of which require expensive remediation measures, as well as differences over time between original estimates and actual costs of materials, equipment, and labor. I think it's pretty safe to translate that one as a reference to steel and lumber tariffs. The Fed claims that the marble and executive elevators are original to the 90-year-old buildings, which are both on the historic registry, and the so-called rooftop garden they're all complaining about as some kind of lavish excess is actually the front lawn, which serves as the roof for the underground parking garage. Powell even asked the Federal Reserve Board's Inspector General to review the project and its budget. Politico reports that Trump has more or less reconciled himself to living with Powell until the end of his term in May of 2026, but the president hopes to put pressure on him by publicly accusing him of fraud. Quote, is it a good thing to point out to damage this guy's image? Yeah. Trump wants Powell to resign, but Powell says he intends to serve out his term. If Trump does try to fire him, there are a lot of ways it could go down, and none of them are good. Powell could agree to leave, allowing Trump to appoint a successor, signaling to the markets that the era of the Fed's independence is over. Powell could leave. And then sue, forcing a showdown at the Supreme Court, which would, again, probably make the stock market and bond markets freak out. Powell could refuse to leave, forcing Trump to drag him out of the building the way he did with the leadership of the U.S. Institute for Peace. The prospect of a showdown with armed guards escorting the Fed chair off the premises is... Kevin Hassett, a veteran of Trump's first White House, wrote in his 2021 book, Drift, Stopping America's Slide into Socialism, that firing Powell would have savaged the reputation of the Fed as an objective and independent manager of the nation's money supply. The credibility of the dollar would have been compromised. The stock market might have crashed, doing far more damage to the economy than rate hikes. But now Hassett, referred to by the Bulwark as conservatism's invincible ignoramus, is back in the White House and on the short list to replace Powell.
Very quickly, yes or no answer, does the president, in your view, have the authority to fire the Fed chair?
That's a thing that's being looked into, but certainly if there's cause, he does.
But swapping out Hassett for Powell is only the first step because the commissioner can't set interest rates to whatever Trump wants. That has to be voted on by the full board of governors and open markets committee. To ensure the drastic interest rate cuts he wants, Trump would have to fire at least half of them and get the Senate to confirm his cronies. And if that didn't tank the stock market, you'd still wind up back at the Supreme Court where the 6 conservative justices would have to decide whether tut-tutting and saying, "Sir, you should not do that," is less unpleasant than actually upholding the law. Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Don't forget.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
There's this old joke. A conspiracy theorist dies and goes to heaven. When he gets to the pearly gates, God says, "Welcome. You can ask me one question. I'll tell you anything you want to know." The guy says, I have to know. Who really killed JFK? God says, "It was Lee Harvey Oswald, and he acted alone." The man pauses for a moment, then looks up and says, "Wow. This goes even higher than I thought."
New details this morning in the case of Jeffrey Epstein.
A review from the Justice Department and FBI did not find any evidence that notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein kept a so-called client list.
An unsigned memo that rules out any smoking gun.
That review found, in short, nothing. No client list, no evidence of blackmail, no evidence of foul play in Epstein's death. The memo goes on to explain why further files will not be released by the Trump administration. Information related to Epstein's victims is, quote, intertwined throughout the materials. It says, "One of our highest priorities is combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. Perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends." So I guess, case closed. Nah, I'm just kidding. MAGA is tearing itself apart over this.
How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
People are absolutely not going to accept just a memo that was written that says there is no client list.
And I've got to be honest, I blame Pam Bondi.
To me, her days are numbered.
100%. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
New theories are spinning out to try to explain it all. Maybe Donald Trump is on the list. Maybe Donald Trump or his administration is being blackmailed by the intelligence services. Maybe Donald Trump is now himself using that list to blackmail others. Maybe it's all part of the plan. Or maybe there was no list. Maybe MAGA's elite were always playing their followers for fools. The juicing of the Epstein conspiracy, the promise that there was this list and it would be released, was not a small project confined to a few outliers in the movement. This one went right to the top.
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
MAGA has a cosmology. It has a mythology. There is a corrupt elite. In the most extreme forms, it is a corrupt pedophilic elite. And that elite controls everything. And Donald Trump is a person, and MAGA is a movement, are justified in doing anything they need to do to break that elite's control and return this country to the people. There's a problem that movements like this face when they take power. What happens when the conspiracy isn't there? What happens when you declassify the files and there's nothing in them? What happens if you read the files and you realize that there's some reason you can't release them? What happens when you become the system? What happens when you become the corrupt elite? Because here is the thing. Donald Trump is a corrupt elite. He is now, he always has been, selling out the people who believe in him. Liberals always want to make this point in the framework we have of the world, in the way we see him selling people out. Here's my version of it, or one of them. Trump is a champion right now of people who are heavily dependent on Medicaid, on food assistance. He just absolutely screwed them. He cut about $1 trillion in Medicaid and food assistance to finance what? Tax cuts for him and his rich friends. He did that while saying publicly, denying that he was cutting Medicaid, lying to the people who believed in him. In my framework of the world, that's corruption. That is what the worst elites do when they get power. They take money from people who need it and line their own pockets. But that's not how the cosmology of MAGA works. His hardest core supporters had a story about what the problem was, and that story wasn't in the tax code or the safety net. For them, the problem was a conspiracy that reached to the highest levels of the American government. And then Trump appointed people like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino to office, people who'd been spreading and giving attention to those theories for years.
You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list?
There's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake.
By elevating Patel and Bongino, the message was Trump knew what the problem was too. He was going to fix it. And then he didn't fix it. And now he's lashing out at his own supporters for believing a story that he and the people around him were perfectly happy to promote when it served their interests. Now he's telling those supporters, it's just the radical left telling you this.
They want to talk about the Epstein hoax, and the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah.
I think I should say, before I start this episode, where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I don't think there is a list of bold-faced names somewhere. The reason I don't think there's a list is there's been a lot of big law firms hunting for cases here. There is a lot of money to be made in, to say nothing of big investigating against that fantasy.
Go back, sorry.
A world where someone is in charge. And maybe that someone right now is evil. But if you could find them, expose them, replace them with someone good, then we would finally be able to fix all of this. What is a fantasy of Donald Trump if not that? I alone can fix it. But now Donald Trump is pitting himself against that fantasy. The reason the fizzling of the Epstein cases mattered in MAGA is that it does something worse than undermining conspiracy theory. It undermines a worldview. I want to talk about that worldview and how it has been consistent, how it has animated MAGA for years now. My guest today is Will Sommer, who's been tracking conspiracies for a long time. He's a reporter at the Washington Post, he's now at the Bulwark, and he's the author of the book Trust the Plan: The Rise of QAnon and the Conspiracy That Unhinged America. Will Sommer, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to begin in the dominant conspiracy theory of Donald Trump's first term. What, for the uninitiated, was QAnon?
Sure. So QAnon, in sort of a nutshell, is this idea that Donald Trump was recruited by the military to take on this sort of pedophile cabal that runs the world, or, you know, what we might also call the deep state. And Trump supporters got this idea because of someone named Q, who was posting online starting in late 2017 with these kind of cryptic messages, and then they would decode them, and that's really sort of what formed the basis of QAnon.
To the extent QAnon developed a fully fleshed out mythology, tell me what that story was. Who was in it? I mean, what did a serious QAnon believer by late 2020 believe was going on?
So they believe, QAnon believers, they believe basically that the world is full of symbols and horrors that they can decode. And what they come to believe is that powerful elites sexually abuse and murder children in satanic rituals, and they drink their blood, or the substance called adrenochrome, to stay, that they kind of, that exists, but not in the way they think it does, that they believe is a sort of fountain of youth. And so that people with talk shows or bankers and celebrities, they are just regularly drinking children's blood to stay young forever. And so QAnon, needless to say, had become very complex and baroque. But they also believed, you know, just really random crazy things. Like they believed, you know, that the government was controlling the weather through chemtrails, you know, clouds in the sky. Or they believed that if a celebrity wore red shoes, you know, relatively common color of shoe, that was a symbol that they drink children's blood. So there was this whole universe of beliefs that they had about, you know, sort of nefarious things that the cabal had done.
When you say it like that, it sounds a little hard to believe.
It does. It does.
So what gave it its power? Why was it believed?
You know, I think there were a couple things. I think the idea of people sort of nefariously abusing children, you know, in the dead of night, or an organization of people. I mean, it goes back to the Middle Ages when people would say that Jews were murdering children you know, for Passover. Or, you know, the satanic panic in the 80s, the idea that there were just these satanic cabals across the country. I think it is just so emotionally powerful. I think, you know, all kind of right-thinking people are really offended by the idea of children being abused. And I think a lot of Trump supporters had really put an enormous amount of faith in Trump that he would change their lives really materially. And then, you know, when QAnon appears in about 9 months into the first Trump administration, they aren't getting a lot of what they wanted. I mean, he's bogged down in the Mueller investigation, the wall hasn't been built, Hillary Clinton hasn't been locked up. And so then suddenly Q shows up and says, well, actually, Hillary Clinton's going to be arrested by the end of the month. And Trump is not, it might seem like he's kind of bogged down in Washington morass, but really he's at war with essentially satanic forces. And when he wins, you're going to own your apartment for free. Your car loan's going to be canceled. Diseases are going to be cured. So you can see that there were other things. There were religious elements, a lot of stuff that kind of matched up with what was going on with Fox News at the time. And so I think there was a lot of appeal to people. And plus, it was kind of a game. You know, there was a community of people decoding the clues together.
I also think one dimension of both QAnon and then Epstein, which has more texture of reality to it, is that if you think back over the past few decades, there are a huge number of sexual abuse scandals that really did have cover-ups, that really did exist in forms of common and elite knowledge, that really were grotesque. I mean, Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, the Catholic Church pedophilia scandal. More recently, we have the Diddy parties. That on the one hand, QAnon has this outlandishness to it. And on the other hand, when you think over this period, there are actually is a recurrent pattern of networks of powerful people, or at least individual powerful people, abusing women, usually, although in the Catholic Church scandal it wasn't only women. And it's not just covering it up, but it being known by other powerful people who did nothing about it. The idea that you cannot trust the elites to police this, there is truth to that.
I think that is why in these scandals, these sexual abuse cover-ups, is part of why QAnon is so powerful and resonant with people, because people see something true in it, and something that is really real. And so, from my perspective, talking to QAnon people, I often feel silly saying, like, you know, do you really think, an institution would cover up sexual abuse to protect itself or to avoid embarrassment, even at the cost of children or women being abused? I mean, obviously, we know that does happen. And so, in a way that I think if you just said there's a ball and it's putting in green energy, or it's offshoring jobs, or it's keeping taxes high, I think a lot of people, particularly the often sort of apolitical people that were activated by QAnon, they wouldn't care, right? But when you say that, like, the absolute worst things are happening that you can imagine, and those people are going to get away with it, and they rule over you, I think that really resonates with people.
I want to hold on something you said in there, that after this satanic pedophile cabal is arrested, maybe you're right, maybe you're there's a version where there isn't a lot of political import to this, that there's a terrible crime happening, and it needs to be stopped. And the final step in the stopping of it is the arresting of all these, the arrest of all these child molesters. But there's a politics to Q, a sense that on the other side of it lies something for you, the normie or normal or average reader of 8chan, the average MAGA supporter. Explain that part of it.
Yeah, I'm glad you point that out, because that is sort of the utopian or like messianic aspects of QAnon I think were often underplayed at the time. There was a moment in QAnon that they thought would happen called the storm. And that would be the day, all this awful stuff that in the world, the pedophile cabals, all this stuff. And then there would be a moment called the storm where Trump would arrest and presumably execute everyone conservatives didn't like. I mean, it would be people in the Democratic Party, in Hollywood, in banking. People like Tom Hanks and Oprah would be sent to Guantanamo Bay for military tribunals. And so then after that, for everyone left behind, life would be pretty sweet. They believed that this cabal was responsible for all the evil in the world, all the wars, was holding back all the cures for all the diseases. And as you mentioned, that basically the cabal created the concept of death. And you might say, who would really believe this stuff? But we know that on January 6th, Ashley Babbitt, who died that day, she thought that day was the storm. There was a guy who was part of the mob who was just brought in his car and he said, don't worry, the storm's almost here. QAnon, I think, was powerful because, in part, it offered people excuses or some relief in their lives.
In your book, you talk about meeting a QAnon believer who had terminal cancer, and he was at a rally. Can you tell me that story?
Absolutely. I mean, this is someone who, at one of the first QAnon rallies I went to, he said, I have terminal cancer and I'm too poor to afford, or I should say, he said, I have cancer and I'm too poor to afford the treatments for it. And in all likelihood, it will kill me relatively soon. But the good news is that because Trump is going to bring on the storm, he's going to take down this cabal that's been holding back the cure for cancer. And, soon enough, I'll be back in action and my cancer will be cured. And so that way, I saw a woman who said, my child has an intellectual disability, he's getting mistreated in school, but the cabal is holding back the cure for autism and Trump's going to find it. And so it really reached into people's hearts, it really in places where they were most vulnerable, and offered them something.
When you met these people, if I ask you what were they like, I mean, they're different people, but what were they like?
Yeah, I mean, I think what would surprise people about QAnon believers is that I think we're used to the Q shaman, the guy in the paint and the horns, or like the January 6th mob, and these people who just look like lunatics. But often they were otherwise totally normal people and very affable. You know, they were totally happy to talk with me about QAnon. I mean, there was a woman I interviewed before the riot really started at January 6th. It was totally nice and said, well, you know, I'm here in D.C. for January 6th, and also I'll be going up to Comet Ping Pong to see the underground child tunnels that I believe exist there. She was a very nice person, and then she went and caught a criminal charge for her role in the riot. So there is a way that these people they exist in the world, they have jobs, but they also just have this, and frankly, a sort of derangement, or they exist in another reality.
At its peak, how big was QAnon? How many people were talking about believing in some version of this conspiracy?
So there has been some polling on this, and one that struck out to me was a 2021 poll by PRRI, which found that 16% of people, of Americans, believe that there is a sort of a pedophile cabal that runs the world, and 22% believe that the storm is coming. That is a huge number of people.
When you hear polls like that, how literally do you take them? Because I sometimes wonder about being called by a pollster, like as a random person, like, do you believe this is a satanic pedophile cult running the world? Yeah, I don't really want to be talking to this person. Sure, I believe, you know, I never know if I should really believe that one out of 5 other people I met believe that in a real way, or they're signaling, or having fun, or not thinking about it.
Yeah, I think in my head I kind of subtract a couple points from the higher numbers, and say perhaps, you know, these are people who, what does the storm mean to them, or maybe they're liberals who believe that Donald Trump runs the pedophile cabal, or and that don't really fit into the you know, really rigorous, you know, things that have said, are you a QAnon believer, have found, you know, a couple percentage points of people.
So QAnon begins on very esoteric online message boards. It migrates to social media, but for a while we're mostly talking about random people on the internet stumbling on this thing and getting involved in this strange subculture. But tell me about the way it begins to get picked up by influential people, notable people in the MAGA or sort of right-wing influencer movement.
I mean, it is the power of QAnon, I think, is that it grew from such a small point. A couple posts on 4chan that people initially were saying, even people there discounting it. But then because I think it reached sort of an emotional resonance with people, it starts growing. As you said, it gets on YouTube, where someone like Roseanne Barr or the former baseball player Kurt Schilling picks it up. And from there, you know, it keeps growing. You have people, you know, picking up the ideas. Alex Jones at InfoWars, who's obviously a huge vector and a kind of a crossover moment between conspiracy theorists and the broader MAGA movement. He starts getting into it. He starts interviewing like the QAnon experts who are talking about how great it is. So QAnon is bubbling, and it gets a big boost in 2019 from the death of Jeffrey Epstein. But then it really, with the pandemic, you can look at it and you can see all of these conditions that would lead a conspiracy theory to get really big. People are at home a lot more, so they have more time on the internet. People are understandably very frustrated with the sort of and one of the things that's offering
a moment, the letter Anna Merlin's called this conspiracy singularity, that things begin to cohere into one set of ideas.
And as you said, I mean, the elites, the government is reaching into your life in a particular way that in a way, a direct way that it probably was not in the past. Your kid's school is closed. You may have lost your job, or you have to wear a mask. And so in this way, I think it bred a lot of anger at the government and elites, and people say, you know, then QAnon says, well, you know that Dr. Fauci guy, he's just not a busybody to you. He's actually part of a very sinister group. And this isn't just kind of a thing that happened to us that we all have to live through. There are these specific people who caused it, and we can go get them.
One thing that began happening with QAnon is that not just influencers, but Donald Trump himself began sending signals that he was hearing them, that maybe he agreed with them, that maybe this was true. How would you describe that relationship between Trump himself and QAnon?
Sure. So for QAnon believers, acknowledgement from Trump is like the most important thing, because they are in their lives and people are saying, this thing you believe is so dumb. How could you believe that? And then but you know, it's all based around Trump. So if Trump said it's real, then they're confirmed. And so initially they were saying, oh, you know, he used number 17 or he waved his hand like a Q. We're so desperate for him. And so he started getting asked about this in the 2020 election. And people would say, well, you know, an interviewer would say, what do you think about QAnon? You know, these are the people who think you're after the pedophile cabal. And, you know, isn't that ridiculous? And he would say,
I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about it.
And, you know, just from QAnon believers I talked to, that really improved their faith in QAnon and helped them continue holding on to it for a while. And then you also have Trump associates like Kash Patel, who, in the case of Trump's social network, when it was launching, Kash Patel said,
You know, I think people are having fun with Q, and I think also that, you know, I don't really follow him. We try to incorporate it into our overall messaging scheme to capture audiences, because whoever that person is has certainly captured a widespread breadth of the MAGA and the America First movement.
Basically says, I want this to be a home for things like QAnon.
So the problems of QAnon in this whole period is it will eventually be the storm. A lot of what you're seeing happening in the Trump administration, a lot of the flailing around, a lot of the apparent chaos, behind it there's a plan. Trust the plan is one of the big watch terms of QAnon. Then you have the 2020 election. Donald Trump loses. There's his own conspiracy theory about whether he lost, but he loses. There is no storm. January 6th happens, people are arrested for it, they do storm the Capitol, but they do not take over the government. What happens to QAnon after that?
Right, so this is the biggest challenge for QAnon. I mean, the entire point of QAnon was the only way we can take on the pedophile cabal is if Donald Trump is elected. That's why the military recruited them, they believe, and then he loses. And so January 6th was sort of, a lot of people had pinned their hopes on that being the storm, and then it didn't happen. And so then they kept thinking, well, maybe all these troops are in D.C. for the inauguration to arrest Biden, and that didn't happen. And I talked to a QAnon believer the day of the inauguration, who said, you know, I threw up. I was so upset that suddenly, as Biden put his hand on the Bible, it became clear to me that this wasn't going to happen. And so QAnon kind of stumbles along there. Q comes out and basically says, stop talking about Q. Keep talking about the cabal. Stop talking about Q so much, essentially because people have realized that we're lunatics if you talk about Q or where we go on, we go all our slogans. But keep the ideas going. And so from there, QAnon sort of gets subsumed in a way into the broader Republican Party. We can think about Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a hardcore QAnon believer at the time. I mean, I've looked at her posts. I mean, she wasn't someone who just posted Q a couple times. She was like deep in it. And so now, you know, she's one of the most prominent members of the House. She's a huge fundraiser. So a lot of these people, they kind of take off the QAnon outfit, but they still keep thinking in that way.
So you mentioned a few minutes ago that during this period, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein is found dead in his cell. So, in not the background, but I mean, not the foreground compared to Q, there's this other thing happening where there actually is a very rich and powerful person who has been arrested for pedophilia, for sex trafficking, and then he's found dead mysteriously. Tell me a bit about the theories that begin to build around that and how these things converge.
Yeah, I mean, I think those effective conspiracy theories really have a kernel of truth at their center, where they have something that is genuinely very weird or unprecedented or uncomfortable or, you know, a crime in this case. And in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, even from the start of QAnon, or the precursor conspiracy theories I think today, Epstein was really, a lot of material was drawn from him because it was a case of, you know, someone who was sex trafficking, who had powerful connections. And so they already were very interested in Jeffrey Epstein. And then when he was indicted and then later found dead, that made it just explode, because this was a case where you didn't come off like a crazy person if you said, don't you think it's weird what happened to Jeffrey Epstein? What was he doing? How did he have all these connections to people like Bill Clinton or Donald Trump? You know, and from there, you know, then you can kind of recruit people into believing in something more outlandish like QAnon. And so really, I would say Epstein's death, even before the pandemic, was really a huge crossover moment with QAnon in terms of getting new recruits, because people really were legitimately unsettled by it.
So David French, my colleague, had this good line where he called the Jeffrey Epstein theories the thinking man's QAnon. And I get that, because the thing about Epstein is that it is weird. And there are things in it that are hard to explain. And there are things here that really happened, right? This was not a bunch of cryptic, Delphic writings on an internet message board. So maybe let's start this section this way. If you were trying to explain the Jeffrey Epstein story, not any conspiracies, just the story, to somebody who didn't really know anything about it, how would you do it?
I mean, so there in let's say the early aughts, there's this guy named Jeffrey Epstein who is fabulously wealthy. People don't know why he's so wealthy, really. He is just leagues beyond, you know, he's ostensibly had some time in finance in Manhattan. He's like leagues beyond, in terms of wealth, what you would expect that to be. He has an enormous home in Manhattan. He has a mansion in Palm Beach, Florida. He has a ranch out west. He has a private jet. He has an island. I mean, that's it all comes back to the island. And he's very, very wealthy. And people write articles. How is this guy so wealthy? Where does he get all these connections? And then in, I believe, 2005, a mother calls the police in Palm Beach and says, my teenage daughter said that this man, Jeffrey Epstein, offered her money to give him a massage and masturbated. And there was this, essentially a sex crime has happened here. The police take it very seriously. They start investigating. They find many girls who were given this treatment by Epstein. And they start wondering, why is this guy so well connected? Why is he, they're surveilling him at the airport. He takes off on the private jet. And then when they start actually trying to prosecute him, it seems like he has a lot of friends in high places. He has really high-powered lawyers. Prosecutors on the case are being kind of shuffled around, moved away. There's a sense of, don't look at this too closely. And then ultimately he signs a plea deal that has been called the deal of the century, that in exchange for pleading guilty to a couple of these cases in Palm Beach, he will, he eventually ends up on house arrest. And it's been said that, what they had on him could have put him away for life. Instead, the federal and local authorities agree that, they're not going to prosecute him anymore.
There's a lot of mentions plea deal. There's a meeting for charges, right? And there's something that comes up later that I think is very, of all the things that always piqued my interest in this, the prosecutor, the local DA, or whoever it is, Alex Acosta, he later becomes Donald Trump's labor secretary. But there's a report in the Daily Beast that when he's being vetted for labor secretary, he's asked by Trump officials, what's up with this sweetheart deal you gave Epstein? And again, this is in a Daily Beast report, and it's not coming from Acosta himself. It's coming from some unnamed Trump official, but apparently Acosta says, I was told he belongs to intelligence, and to back off. And if you take that as value, it adds this other dimension here.
Oh, sorry, Kitty.
Somehow
sorry, Kitty. I'm sorry, Kitty.
An intelligence asset. Somehow he is protected. And not only that, but the government knows about all this, right? But also, weirdly, for where this story goes, the Trump administration knows about all this. So, what did you make of that?
So the Jeffrey Epstein intelligence connection is really interesting because it kind of flares up. Because you might wonder, wait, it ties into a lot of the mystery about him. Because you say, why is the guy so wealthy? Why does he have all these locations? Why does he have all these really high-powered connections? Why does he seem to sort of move through the world with ease, inexplicably? And so people start to wonder, that intelligence remark in the Daily Beast report has really been scrutinized. People start to wonder, is this guy running like a honeypot? Does he blackmail powerful people? Do they, let's say, and this is pure conjecture, do they come to the island with girls or adult women? And does he videotape them perhaps and then use that as blackmail material? And so, and is that how he then got so wealthy? And so that idea then becomes kind of a key part of the Epstein story. And the other thing I would say is the intelligence connection is then used to explain, for people who scrutinize this, how he then managed to get off so easily. Was Jeffrey Epstein an intelligence operation that then, in Palm Beach sort of ran off the rails and then they essentially tried to cover it up?
Here's something I've been wondering about this story. So the Acosta dimension of it, it's not like Acosta disappeared from public view after this. He became labor secretary for Donald Trump in the first term. He ended up having to resign as labor secretary because the Epstein story kept growing and it was becoming a distraction. But he gives a press conference about all this. And obviously, if somebody told him Epstein was an intelligence source, it would probably be helpful to Acosta or helpful to the rest of us if he would say, well, here's who told me that. But Acosta hasn't, to my knowledge, he doesn't really admit this ever having happened. Maybe it never happened, right? Maybe this initial Daily Beast report, which is all unnamed, I mean, maybe that's the thing that's untrustworthy. But what do you actually substantively make of it? Like, what is your hypothesis of what we should think about that comment? Like, Acosta just got named to the board of directors of Newsmax. Like, he exists out there in the world. People can ask him questions.
You know, that is a great question. You would think that in the way that this sort of imploded his career or has haunted him forever, this plea deal, why doesn't he...
Number 3 was good. I liked it. It was good. I didn't mind it.
The head of this intelligence agency to leave it alone, and so it's not really my fault. But as you said, he hasn't vanished. He's certainly not talking about it. I mean, there are a lot of weird intelligence connections. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell, who was sort of Epstein's friend and lieutenant, her dad had a ton of intelligence connections and was involved in sort of various intelligence operations. I mean, you know, I think part of the challenge is, and part of why this story is so interesting to people, is because unless these secret files come out that may or may not exist, it's really unknowable.
Another dimension of the Epstein story, you mentioned his wealth is a bit mysterious for what he appeared to be doing. You know, he was sort of maybe a money manager to some degree, maybe offering tax and estate planning advice, but he seems richer than that should have been able to offer him. But the other thing is, he also seems better connected than that should have been able to offer him. Again, one thing that I think is somewhat complicated for the way this theory begins to evolve, or the way the ideas around it begin to evolve, is somebody he was very well connected to was Donald Trump.
I think it's hot air and I'm getting off it. Relax, kitty. Hey. Yeah, hi. Oh, hello, kitty. Hello, Kitty Island Adventure. Hello, Kitty Island Adventure. Hello, kitty. Oh, shall we mic the purring? I think we shall. You love purring for the audience, kitty. You know you do. I'm sorry, guys. Gotta play Fortnite. I'll be right back. Gotta smoke weed and play Fortnite. I'm terribly sorry. Hi, kitty. I love you. Meow. It's okay, kitty. You can't leave. You can't leave, though. Oh, I'm sorry, kitty. You okay? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kick you in the face. You okay? We still got top 5, bitch. Get back, kitty. Yep. Nope, you're thinking about this too much. Get back, 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 get back. Thinking about it too much. It's okay, kitty. You're thinking about it too much. I'm telling you right now. I've been there. I love you. I've been there. I love you. Yep. Well, still, we're like top 5. It doesn't matter. Oh, damn, he's gonna res us all. He is. He's gonna res us all. Oh my god. Oh god. No, the storm! Oh god. Oh god. Fuck! Well, we were top 2, bitch. We were top 2, bitch. We were top 2. Oh, Crowman, second place. Woo! Bow, bow. Yep. Not bad. Second place. I'll stay with team. Yeah, I'll stay with team, bitch. Stay with team. Stay with team. Second place. We'll get first next. Yeah, come on. Oh, you guys gonna do it? You gonna do it? Come on, stay with team. 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 Waiting for team. Stay with team. Stay with team. Get off TikTok and stay with team. Stay with team. Stay with team. Oh, really? Oh, no, those guys didn't want to do it. Okay, well, second place wasn't good enough for those guys. They'll never have first. I did so much goddamn damage. If any of those guys had jumped down and shot at them, we would have won. But they want to ride around, and they think that's going to get them to win. No, you got to actually shoot people, you know what I'm saying? Look at me dominate this. 73, bitch. Stay out of the west side, Marge. Stay out of the west side. Nope. Leave. Bye. It was a good try. 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 Boing. I'm full. Oh, I'm full. That's so annoying. Okay, here we go. Mithril Beast coins. Bye. Let's do this.
And somebody who appeared to have known.
You don't want it, huh? All right. Oh yeah, let's go. Stay with team, bitch. Ah, they couldn't do it. Play again. Whatever. Danny Stabs is fucking badass. Let's go. Let's go, Danny Stabs. It's fun to get some wins, you know? What? Oh yeah, bitch! Woo! Yeah! In the car, you idiot. What? bumped me. Good luck, guys. I believe in you. No, don't run into the storm. Not the storm. No, run. Run, run. Run, 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 run. Heal, heal. That won't do it. Shoot him, you idiot. Shoot him. Oh, yeah! Woo! I got it again, baby! Woo! I knocked the second guy. Did you see me? I knocked that second guy and got that match by myself almost. By me and the other guy. Two of us. I knocked the other guy and he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, I knocked the other guy for you. Do you love me? And he was like, yes, I love you. I'm gonna win this. And then he won 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 this. He was like, yes, I love you. And then he went on and he won this. And he won this. He shot the guy and that's all he had to do. That's all he had to do. He shot the guy and it was over. We won. I killed the guy that mattered. Fuck that fucking guy. Fuck that fucking guy. Fuck that fucking guy. Woo! Fuck that fucking guy. Fuck that fucking guy. Woo! How many wins have I got tonight? It's at least 3. 3 wins tonight. I'm fucking wasted. I've had 6 10% beers, bitch. 6 tall boys of 10% beer. And I'm doing so good. I'm doing so good. I'm sorry, get it? I didn't mean to yell. Sorry, Kitty, I'm working. You know what working means? Yeah, I'm working, Kitty. You see the camera? Is the camera? See the camera up here? Working. See the camera up here? See it up here? Yeah, you see this thing, camera? Kitty. No, my right hand. See me? Yeah, this me. Me, it's really. Camera.